Everybody, please make your way into the ring. We are about to do pledges. Thank you.
Do you want us in the ring? Do you want us in the ring? No, right here. Well, we do it in the ring. Well, it's easier for you guys to come in. We got confidence. You guys are smart here. Just don't fuss up.
Pledge of Allegiance. Right here. All right.
All right, ready? I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world. Okay, we're gonna do 10-year members now. Who's the 10-year member? Who is it?
Okay, so we had two 10-year members this year. One was Abby Leatherberry, but she is sick, so she was not able to be here. And our second one is Lauren Beeler. Lauren Beeler. And so yes, Lauren Beeler was our 10-year member this year. She is the daughter of Jenny and Jason Beeler and Christy, what's your mom's last name? Roach. And here, I'll just let her speak.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to Indiana State University. I'm majoring in art education. I like showing pigs a little bit more than sheep, but I'm excited.
All right, congratulations, Lauren.
Anything else you want me to say? Okay. Don't you have to both of them. That's mute, Mom. You gotta do both of them.
Okay, so our judge is a little delayed. So we're thinking like 50. So 30 minutes. So we're going to look at 30 minutes. Okay, we're going to try to start at 30. And I will make a 5-minute call for meetings before our judge shows up. And I will try to update everybody so we don't run late.
you have a water, Mom? So I just bring the cooler.
And I've been making changes on this one up here, so scratches and stuff. Mostly showmanship. you want me to update yours, Letty? Just mark them out.
Taking a break. Reading and marking.
No, he should be signed up as a.
He automatically moved up. No, they are. So he made it automatic.
Who's helping you, Kim?
Give her Stacy a little. I don't have the stuff for the virtual. You should bring it home, boy.
She did all the
Loretta's copy. Oh, sure.
You hear that, Becky?
What was that?
Megan says if the judge doesn't show, I can go out there and judge.
Brooklyn said that.
Oh, Brooklyn said that, okay.
Just get you an office chair so you can spin around. Just put you in the middle and you spin.
I'll keep my 6-foot distancing.
Who would judge if that happened?
Yeah. Right, so I'm sure no one would say anything after that show.
What?
They said, go to the show up, who's going to judge? He goes, oh, don't worry, he'll be over here judging anyway.
Good judge, they're just gonna give reasons. Oh, do I need to mark those? Well, that's what people start showmanship. Well, yeah, but if you're looking for people.
Market lane class.
Yeah.
That little boy's the only one in there, and he's our only virtual.
Okay. I didn't think that had the market classes on it.
It's only got the Dorper endorsed class.
Oh, she just printed. Okay. She had to print my page. Yeah. Ooh. Huh?
Whoever's doing the show. I got an extra chair. I might put that in the show. How much chair? also not much better. Just yesterday, I just told I just walked from Charlie Smalls to right here. I was walking all day, man. This is much better. My back's not good. From my knees down, it's like my shins and calves, it's like bone, not muscle. It is.
So we started our meetings at 9:30. Yeah.
Still in this chair.
Our judge has arrived. We will be starting our show at 9:30. Our minis will be our first class. Please remember that you enter the show arena through the hallway between the show arena and the hog barn on the side entrance. And don't forget, all exhibitors are required to wear a mask in the show arena. Who are our sanitizers in the show right now? Bealer. Oh, Bealer's right there. Pardon me? Show bill online. We don't have paper copies or anything. So you're just wanting your weights? Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I probably don't because they're both market lambs. I only have the bill for the ewes. I don't have the market lambs yet, so we should have it in a little bit. Okay. Should I turn them in or just keep them until? Yeah. Yeah. But I gotta have. So she's wanting the weights to put on. Yeah, I don't have. I don't remember what they were. You have until noon, and they should have the shovel, the rest of it down here in a few minutes. Oh, okay. So we'll, I know where you guys are at. I'll somebody run it out there to you, so you don't have to. Okay. Good. Take the trip in again. Yeah. On 8, we find out our
both went to ortho yesterday, and so he's got one more week with his boot, but he wore his steel shoe. His regular boots today, so that he can get a step down. Yes, yeah. So he did his July 5th, so one more week in the boot, and then he'll be able to go back to work and hopefully and mine I just did this Wednesday, so I've got 10 stitches in my ankles and broken toes. So yep. Same foot. We went to the landfill yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and we have like a maze right here that goes down. And I think when it slammed down the concrete, the pins shifted, so the whole tailgate fell off.
Oh my gosh, that would have hurt so
Yeah.
bad.
Yes. So, well, I guess I wanted to one up him. I don't know.
That's probably what he said. Gosh, Mom.
Yeah.
She doesn't think so. That's all she wants to do is show in a class. Instead of she thinks to show people, show class, takes it over, show classes. You know,
Mini showmen, please make your way to the show arena. Our junior showmanship has been broken into 2 heats. We will have 2 junior showmanship classes. Please be making your way to the show arena.
Hey, Ryan, do you have that other scarf with you? There's no way I'm going to be able to do this. If you could grab it for me, I'd appreciate it.
sure.
I'm sorry, what?
A bio or anything.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I could write some.
And I have no bloody do anything. We're paperless this year.
Yeah, I
unfortunately.
usually I left my phone in my pickup. I've got one I could just text it, but
Actually,
Did they tell you to have 2 mics?
right on the back of the
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay. And I would say I've got one over here and one over there just so that you know where they're at. But I go back and forth as they move around. So you're good. Thank you.
so much cow crap there. I brought the cooler in here, so if you want something, Mom can scratch it.
steam up my glasses. It's horrible.
I suppose over the nose. I'm wearing them on my nose. It's getting hot. Hopefully it's not too illegible.
So are y'all ready?
Yeah.
We would like to welcome everyone to the 2020 Lawrence County Sheep Show. We're ready to get started. Let's have our mini showman. Participating in mini showmanship today, we have Avery Brown, Annabelle Deckard, Noah Gray, Piper Humphrey, Mason Hutton, Brooklyn Terrell, and Braden Cogwell.
Two meats of each, right?
This there's just one. There's just one. Minis, there's just one. Yeah. You need to turn both of those on. They're a little different there.
Well, good morning. Check. Can you hear me all right? All right. Good morning, folks. you know, a little different atmosphere here in 2020 to start off the sheep show. But I tell you what, if it's going to take us wearing masks and not being able to shake hands to have livestock shows, I'm okay with it, because I think the most important part is the fact that these youth get to exhibit their animals, and to me, I think that's where we need to be here this year. And so that being said, folks, let's give a good round of applause to all these mini 4-H'ers out here exhibiting their sheep. I'll be the first to tell you here, we got 3 of them out here as far as showman goes that I think do a really, really good job out here in the mini division. And it's so hard when you get to this age group to just kind of pick them apart. But I think the key things out here in this group is we got to make sure that these animals are in total control, and if we can get their feet and legs set up right and get them in a good brace, I think those are just some of the extras out here. To me, I thought there were probably 3 of them that rose to the top here amongst this group as far as just getting those kinds of things done. To me, though, I think there was one that probably just does a really, really good job, and I think is, as far as just being a good showman, going to have a bright future, I think, in this deal. But there's 2 of them that I thought did a real good job out here. Young lady there, though, with that blue sheep, you're going to be our winner here in this division. The young lady there at the front of the line, you'll be the reserve. Congratulations to everybody.
Next, we'll have our junior showmanship. We do have 2 heats coming in for junior showmanship. what? Grace Shiner.
We're going to have 2 heats here in this age group, and I think all these kids deserve a good hand here as they're in the ring. Let's give them a good round of applause. I talked to the 3 folks here on the left-hand side of me. I thought maybe just some things that we could adjust and change for them to move on to the next round. I thought the 2 kids there up to the front of the lineup do a killer job. They're going to be coming back to compete for champion here in this division. Congratulations.
We will now be showing our second heat of junior showmanship.
No, that's not true. December, I'm sorry.
December? So should we have done present? We just got January, February.
That's just a carryover of January. So we do have
Oh, we do. Okay. So yeah, so they would be in that one. Alyssa Stillman.
Is that what we put in? We put January. It doesn't matter, just as long as she gets the show.
Well, we want to, I mean, if it's January, put it in January.
What is it?
January. It's on the papers, but she was born in December. I don't care. Put her in January. Yeah.
So they've dropped them.
Okay, so she'll be in what class?
Should be in there with Lauren.
So Madeline's in the floral.
Okay, so class.
Who is? Who's not in here? So Wyatt Thomas is in here.
Okay, here's the. Does this go to you or her?
We got a while on that. Stacy, do you know who these kids are?
What about the slot?
Okay,
All these young ladies do a really good job. Let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a good round of applause here. Again, just like the last class, I talked to the 2 that I thought probably could use some improvement in some areas, and we'll evaluate the 2 young ladies here at the front end of the lineup here for your champion junior showman as we get them back out here. Congratulations.
We will now be showing for our champion junior showman. We should have 4 entries: Nash Brown, Peyton Humphrey, Madeline Crouch, and Finley Baker. We need our intermediate showman to be making your way to the show arena.
Really competitive set of junior showmen out here. I think all 4 of these are extremely good in terms of getting sheep set up, getting legs placed and braced out here, and that's why they all made it out of their divisions. We get them back out here, and I guess there's a few things, maybe some pet peeves when we get them out here that kind of surface amongst this group. I think when you talk about just perspective that maybe non-show stock people have looking outside the industry, there's maybe just a couple things to pick on here and there. Young lady there at the front of the lineup does an awesome job of getting that one braced, shown, and set up, and once we get into that brace, it's hard to really kind of pick a hole in the job that she does from the profile. I'm more of a hands-off kind of guy when it comes to getting them to brace. I'd prefer maybe that we don't use our hand to get that animal to tighten up and brace. That's just a pet peeve of mine, but I think that young lady does an awesome job. Young man right behind you, you do a good job as well. I probably like to see us get those front feet set up just a little bit better the longer that we're out here. And again, I thought both you two did an awesome job in your particular age group. When I worked around to the front side of the sheep, I'd like you to step off so I could study the front end of those sheep and then maybe switch sides a little bit more often for me. Other than that, you two do an awesome job for your age getting those things to brace and set up. I guess the competition becomes between the two young ladies out of our last class. I thought between that pair, there's one that's just so smooth and fierce in the way that they are out here and exhibiting. What's more impressive is my champion showman's got a big sheep out here. Young lady, I think you do an awesome job. You'll be the champion. Young lady, here at the end of the line, you'll be reserved.
And your champion junior showman goes to Madeline Crouch and reserve to Finley Baker. We're now ready to start our first heat of intermediate showmanship.
great set of kids here in this first round of intermediates. Let's give all of them a good hand here. They for sure deserve it. I think the two showmen we're going to keep out of this heat is young man here at the front of the line doing an awesome job, and young lady there with the Dorper U. You're going to stay back as well. Congratulations. I talked to the other three exhibitors out here, just some things that we could do to improve on in order for them to be able to make it out next year. So congratulations. My compliments to all of you.
We will now be showing our second heat of intermediate showmanship. We need our senior showman to be making your way to the show arena. We would also like to remind all of our spectators to please abide by our social distancing guidelines. If you do not have an exhibitor in the ring, we are asking that you would please exit the show arena to allow those people to be here to watch their exhibitor's show. Thank you.
Another set of four good showmen out here. Let's give all these kids another round here. Little things that separate a few of them out here. I think, we talk about some different things, feet and leg placement, and maybe just getting these things to walk and be a little bit more cooperative for us. I thought the two that probably did the best job here in this heat, young man there at the front of the line, you'll be coming back. Young lady here in the purple shirt, you'll be making it back as well. Congratulations.
We will now be showing for our champion intermediate showman. We need Nate Brown, Kendall Graves, Jackson Baker, and Harrison Hayes.
Four really nice showmen that advanced here to our final round of the intermediate division. Let's give all these young kids a good hand. You know, when you step back and evaluate just in terms of showmen, where these things are as far as getting the feet and legs set up right, getting them into a good brace, and then, you know, as an evaluator, as you walk around these livestock and just trying to get as many angles of them as you can, you'd prefer for those things just to kind of stay put and not really dance around and move too much. And unfortunately for the two young ladies here in this lineup, I think those sheep maybe just get out of line and maybe we don't get our feet placed at all times. But I think ring awareness for both of you is extremely good. It does come down between the two young men. To me, personal preference, just love the way that this young man shows. I think as I work around the ring, extremely good, very competitive. I think maybe next level as far as state fairs and national shows. Young man at the front of the lineup, you'll be the champion showman here in this division. Young man right here, you'll be reserved.
Our champion intermediate showman goes to Nate Brown, reserve to Jackson Baker. We're now ready for our first heat of senior showmanship.
Real competitive set of seniors, and to just be able to pick two out of this heat to come back was tough. But I think I studied them long enough and kind of got a good evaluation of where we're at. And I'll be honest, young man there in the second of the lineup, you were so close. And when I stepped off here to the side, like I told you on the lineup, front foot was out of place, and it maybe took you a little longer to find it, as to where maybe a couple others are pretty quick and attentive to feet and leg placement out here. But you do an awesome job, and you're right in the hunt there. To me, I thought the two showmen that were pretty smooth from beginning to end here. Just really like their style of showmanship out here. Young man at the front of the lineup, you'll be coming back. Young man here in the pink shirt, you'll make it back as well. Congratulations.
Market, crossbreed hair market. Okay, so I don't have that yet. So, okay, we got a while then.
We are now showing our second heat of senior showmanship.
Let's give our last heat of senior showman a good round of applause out here. We're going to keep two back in this group. Young lady right here with the face mask that matches mine, you'll be coming back. Young lady here in the pink shirt, you're coming back as well. Congratulations once again. A nice job by all of you.
We're now ready to show for our champion senior showman. We need Drew Pennick, Hunter Michaels, Lauren Beeler, and Alyssa Stillman. We need our master showmen to be making their way to the show arena.
Folks, these seniors are good. Let's give them a good hand here. Really competitive set. The two young ladies out of our last class, I talked about them, to them individually. A young lady there in the blue shirt probably just needs to work on front feet placement a little bit. And when we lead that, you would probably like to see just a little bit more upright posture instead of being crouched. We talked about that. And unfortunately, the young lady there in the pink, her weather started to kind of give up on her and dance just a little bit more. Just got to pay attention to where those feet are set if that ever happens. But she does a nice job as well. Comes down to the two young men, I guess, two different styles of showmen, and I don't probably lean one way or the other. I think to me, these things got to be set up right, and you got to have a little bit of swagger to you out here to compete at a high level. And I think there's one showman between that pair that I could compete with the best of them. I think in a big ring on a higher level past the county fair. That's a young man in the front of the lineup. You'll be champion showman. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
And your champion senior showmanship goes to Drew Pinnick and reserve to Hunter Michaels. We'll now have our 2 entries coming in for our master showman. Immediately following the selection of our master showman, we'll be moving into our breeding ewe show. We need our Dorper ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
If they should all be yearlings, we can throw them all in together and do a yearling class. Or we just do it how it's on the schedule. That's fine with me.
Well, let's congratulate our 2 individuals here in our master showmanship division. I think they both do a nice job, and again, I think 2 different styles of showmanship out here, and I don't think either sheep probably wants to cooperate as much today. A young man's ewe lamb wants to pull back on him, young lady's weather wants to jump, and so I guess those are kind of some things that we might want to work on just a little bit more, is getting that ewe lamb into probably a little bit harder brace and making sure that weather doesn't move around as much on us. But you know, when you consider those 2 things out of the equation, I thought there's one that's maybe just a little bit smoother in their delivery out here, and probably just a little bit more comfortable in the way they can get that sheep set up. For those reasons, I like the young lady here to be your champion master showman. Young man will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion master showman goes to Lauren Brown, reserve to Justice Woods. We're now moving into our breeding show. Our first class will be our Dorper ewe lambs.
Nice pair of Dorper ewes here to start our show off, the ewe show off with, and I think a logical place to start here. The young lady's probably about a month older, kind of a sheep that certainly is showing it in terms of mass and body shape. You get in behind her, I think that one's pin set's just a bit stouter. Is her hind leg probably as good when we ask him to move as the one in second? No, but I do think that there's pieces of balance, especially when you study that one's front end, that I prefer a bit more. Woman here in second, don't get me wrong, I think there's some positive things to talk about that one. Forerib shape's good. I like that one's lower body line. There's plenty of muscle there, I think, for today. But, you know, when you compare it to a class winner that's just got that much more to her, and that particular use, maybe just a notch rounder there out of her hip, maybe not quite as good in terms of front end connection. A nice pair of sheep, though. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Our first place Dorper ewe lamb goes to Kendall Graves, and second place also to Kendall Graves. We're now showing our Dorper yearling ewe. We need our Dorset yearling ewe and Dorset Advantage ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
Single entry yearling here, I think represents some quality for this particular breed. Square build, good muscle shape, and pretty fresh in terms of condition. I think this one certainly has a bright future for her breed. Congratulations.
And our champion Dorset yearling ewe goes to Kendall Graves. We'll now be showing for our overall champion Dorper ewe.
A young lady has both class winners out here, the ewe lamb and yearling division, and I think a nice pair of Dorper sheep when you just consider where they're at for their breed. I do like the balance and look and just design of the ewe lamb to be your champion. We'll follow up with that yearling there for reserve.
And your champion Dorper ewe goes to Kendall Graves. We're now ready for our Dorset yearling ewe. Letty, are you keeping track for the breeds? Thank you.
good kind of a Dorset sheep here. I think probably could have stood a lot more competition out here for her breed. Runs uphill, cool body, nice look there for the profile. Could probably use a shot more twist and lower leg, but I won't harp too much on one that I think is very nice for her breed. Congratulations.
So our champion Dorset Yearling Ewe goes to Madeline Crouch, and she will also be our overall Dorset champion ewe. We're now showing our Dorset Advantage ewe lamb. We need our Hampshire ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
Single entry advantage ewe, no slouch in terms of rib and body shape. I think she's real good there. I'd probably like to see that one touch just a little bit harder, and maybe I like to see that one just a little bit leveler hipped. But I think a really nice kind of an entry here for this particular division. Congratulations.
And our champion Dorset Advantage ewe lamb is exhibited by Madeline Crouch, and she is also our champion Dorset Advantage ewe. We're now ready to start our Hampshire ewe lambs. We have 3 classes of Hampshire ewe lambs. We'll be starting with our March Hampshire ewe lambs.
March ewe lamb here, and a really nice individual. I think probably could have handled some competition out here for her age group. Maybe just a touch on the moderate side. I'd probably like to see that one a nickel taller fronted, but big-footed, good body shape, awesome muscled, especially when you get right over the top side of her loin edge there. Nice kind of an individual here in this class. Congratulations.
And first place in our Hampshire Ewe Lamb class of March lambs goes to Emily Brown. We're now showing our February Hampshire Ewe Lambs.
Nice set of ewes here in the February class, and I think the young man that's going to lead us off has the one that represents power and build here in this class. She has the best blend of both. Is she perfect? No. I wish that thing was probably just a shot taller fronted. Probably just like to see her relax her spine a little bit more out here. But just as far as muscle and body shape goes, and yet still having some pieces of build that you could tie into, I think that one wins this class pretty easily. Get into 2 and 3 here, and 2 totally different kinds of sheep. Probably a little bit later maturing one here that's in second, but I think from a quality standpoint, that one's neck and shoulder and feet and leg structure is just a notch more my style as compared to the young man's ewe lamb we round out with. She's not as powerful, but she does have a nice touch and shape to her when you get on top of her. That younger ewe lamb there does. Probably just like to see that one just a notch better there out of her hip and dock, like to level her out there. Ewe lamb we finished with, really powerful, good muscle shape on top. Probably like to see that one a nickel neater up through her front end. Like to drop her flank to allow her to truly balance up. I just didn't think the pieces of quality were there in relation to the one we had in second. Nice set of them. Congratulations.
Placings for our February Hampshire Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Hunter Michaels, second, Madeline Crouch, and third, Baden Terrell. We're now ready to show our January Hampshire Ewe Lambs. We need our Hampshire aged ewes and our Katahdin ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
Well, I think to me the discussion in this class is between 2 and 3. I think the ewe lamb that we start with, if we could just get that one to get out and move for us. I did catch a glimpse of her moving, and I think that one's structure is good enough to go ahead and start with, even though she wasn't cooperating with us early on. That sheep's touch and just look and design from the side is easily my style in this particular lineup here. Is she the biggest backed or just maybe the stoutest in terms of her rib cage? No, but I think it all proportions and fits well with that particular sheep. I think she wins this class pretty handily. I think the sheep in 2 and 3 could probably get close. If you want to make a muscle call and use the bodied you in third over the one that's probably just a little bit better balanced there in second. I probably wouldn't argue too much, but I do prefer the symmetry and the lines of the sheep that's in 2 just a little bit more. When you talk about just extension up front, one that probably holds her lines together better as we stop and set them up, and then probably just a little bit more attractive set there to her hip and hind leg as we have them standing as well. Now that sheep isn't as powerful as the one that we've got here in 3, and that sheep in 3 there is certainly big backed. I love that one. It's just top side power. When we get in behind her, she's certainly no slouch in terms of muscle dimension and just total mass. I didn't think that sheep probably quite came together with the look of the sheep that's in second. Gets a little bit longer bladed, probably just not as good in terms of balance. When you study her hip and rear leg structure, didn't think that fit together. Nice kind of a sheep here to land in 4, and I don't think that this one certainly has pieces of quality that you can't tie into. I think she does, and she's certainly big-footed. She's got some extra extension to her up top. Nice kind of a touch to her when you get your hands on her. Just not enough sheep there. You get in behind that one, she's the flattest bodied of our initial 4 there. She probably just needs to come more opened up there and through her forerib. Same song, second verse, I think with this sheep, just from a stoutness perspective, kind of falls short for me. This one's forerib is too closed up, and it's evident when you get on top of her. Her rack shape isn't big enough. And then when you just study that one in terms of handling quality, I thought that one's hide probably just wasn't quite good enough for me. Good kind of a sheep. Congratulations to those 5 exhibitors.
Placings for your January Hampshire ewe lambs. First place goes to Lauren Brown. Second, Madeline Crouch. Third, Hunter Michaels. Fourth, Will Tolbert. And fifth, Haley Byers. We will now be showing for our champion Hampshire ewe lamb. We need our Hampshire aged ewe and our Katahdin ewe lambs at the show arena.
Nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs out here. I think for their respective age groups fit together real well, even though we had a single entry. I think our class winners here just kind of have the right kind of muscle shape I'm after, and yet have the intangibles of look and balance that I think these sheep need to have. To me, there's one that I think just kind of hits me the hardest from profile, and yet still touches good enough, and not by any means the stoutest one out here, but I think just totals the most complete sheep is out of our last class. Champion. We'll follow up with that February there for reserve.
So our champion Hampshire ewe lamb goes to Lauren Brown, reserve to Hunter Michaels. We'll now be showing our single entry Hampshire aged ewe.
Three-year-old aged ewe out here, and it's so hard to keep these things fresh and just get them to show ring presence and look. But I think there's some pieces of look and balance that this one's got through her front end, like that one's chest floor and just extension there. Obviously, as an aged ewe, probably just doesn't quite have that fresh shape you like to see on top. But nice kind of a ewe there. Congratulations.
Our champion Hampshire aged ewe goes to Madeline Crouch, and will now be showing for our champion Hampshire ewe.
Very champion Hampshire. We're going to keep those ewe lambs together. I think they just represent just a little bit more quality and freshness out here. That aged ewe is a nice kind of a sheep, just not quite the power and shape of the other two. Congratulations.
Our champion Hampshire ewe goes to Lauren Brown, and reserve to Hunter Michaels. We're now ready for our Katahdin ewe lamb. We need our natural colored ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
one Katahdin here, and I think a really high quality one for her breed. I love the front 2/3 of this particular sheep, and just a really nice kind of an entry here for this young man. Good kind of body shape in this use. She's square in terms of build and attractive through her front end. Congratulations, nice Katahdin.
Our champion Katahdin ewe lamb goes to Rhett Rainey. We're now ready for our February natural colored ewe lambs.
Nice pair of ewes here, both really good in terms of touch and handle. I thought one that probably puts it together a little bit better in terms of structure and balance as the young lady's darker colored ewe here. I think that one's flank is just a little bit more realistic. Ask him to move her hip and rear leg just as assembled and a little bit more coordinated out here. She maintains her top line a notch better for me from profile. I really do love the handling quality of this sheep here in second, and there's no question that that one's got the right kind of shape when you get on top of her. Extremely hard touching, big stand-up rack. I didn't think, though, that one's rear third quite balanced up for me. Gets a notch shorter and off in her hip. Wants to get that hind leg up underneath of her when we ask her to move. Probably just like to soften her flank in relation to her chest, or just take that chest floor and shove it up in her a little bit more to allow her to balance up. Nice pair of ewes. Congratulations.
First place in our February natural colored ewe lambs goes to Lauren Beeler, second to Grace Shiner. We're now showing our January natural colored ewe lambs. We need our Oxford ewe lamb making their way to the show arena.
lead off with one that I think wins for fun out here, and she could probably just to be stand to be just shoved up just a notch more in her breastplate to allow that bottom line to balance out. But you want to talk about one that's got the extras and a good muscle shape when you get on top of her. I really love her hind leg posture and the way it sets down. As we ask her to move, probably wish that one was a little bit more flexible there, but that's been critical on one I think wins this class really, really quickly. We get into one that's just a power sheep. When you talk about muscle shape, you get right on top of that one, and she's got a really good handle to her. I probably like to see that particular sheep just a notch more attractive in the way she's built from her rear rib back. That one probably just needs to be a little bit better in her transition there from her hip loin into that pin set. But I do think she is a little bit better shouldered and higher tying than the ewe that's coming in third. And that particular ewe here, I love this one's just length of body, and she's got a really hard touch as well. I think this particular sheep needs to be a little bit neater in the way she connects her neck up into her shoulder. I like to see that one shoved back and a little bit higher there. And that sheep doesn't have near the power when you get right in behind her, those two that are ahead of her. Young Ladies Project there at the end, doing a nice job of keeping that one under control, and she shows that one very, very well. Just gets out horsed here in this particular class, but a great group of sheep. Congratulations to all four of those exhibitors.
Placings for your January natural colored ewe lambs. First place goes to Alyssa Stillman. Second, Lauren Beeler. Third, Lauren Brown. And fourth, McKinley Dots. We're now showing our December natural colored ewe lamb. We need our Oxford ewe lamb and our Southdown ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
I realized that I wasn't going to go back and say that.
Really nice one here for a single entry. I think it's going to be fun to see where she fits in when we get all three of those class winners back out here. A really high quality kind of a ewe, right kind of look, good muscle shape in that one. Be fun to kind of see where that one fits in with the rest. Congratulations.
And first place in our December natural colored ewe lamb class goes to Peyton Humphrey. And we'll now be showing for our natural color champion ewe. We need our Oxford ewe lamb, our Schropp ewe lamb, and our Southdown ewe lambs all making their way to the show arena.
Really nice set of natural ewe lambs here all the way through. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors for bringing us a good set. I think it could be close, I guess, between champion and reserve. And when you get them out here and study them, they're different kinds of sheep. Our oldest class and that middle class of sheep there, I think both represent some really high quality pieces. You want to talk about that one there in the middle, just being ultra stout at the ground. She's got a big feature to her. I love that one's shape when you get right in behind her. Just that one's lower leg and stifle muscle is really good. I guess when you start to break that one down from profile, she probably just gets a touch longer bladed, and like I mentioned in class, I'd like to shove that one up in her breastplate and drop her flank and maybe just see her hinge a little bit more loosely out of her hip and rear leg. That's being critical, though, on one that I think offers some pretty cool pieces. I guess when you come back and you study this older sheep, she probably just doesn't have as many holes. I guess when you study that one from the profile, fits together extremely good. I like this one's handle, and I think if you get your hands on both these sheep, they both have plenty of muscle shape to them. I guess the one that probably was a notch better over the top side of her loin edge as well is this sheep that I'm talking about here out of our last class. And so I do think it's close because that one in that second class just has some unique parts and pieces. Do they all fit together as well as probably this other one? In my opinion, I don't think they do, and that's why I like this older class sheep here to be your champion natural. We'll follow up with that middle for reserve.
Our champion natural colored ewe lamb goes to Peyton Humphrey and reserve to Alyssa Stillman. We're now ready for our Oxford ewe lamb.
One Oxford dude here. Like this one's front end extension, and she does some things that Oxfords do well as far as that goes. Probably just a little looser heighted, not quite as stout as I'd like to see her, but she's square built and has some pieces of balance that you could tie into. Nice kind of a sheep. Congratulations.
First place for our Oxford ewe lamb goes to Mallory Wright. We're now ready for our Schropp ewe lamb. We need our Southdown ewe lambs and our Southdown yearling ewe to be making their way to the show arena. Buddy, do you know, is this a ewe lamb, I'm assuming? I don't know. It's kind of big.
Yeah, it was a lamb.
It was a, but it's a lamb, it's not a,
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lamb.
okay.
It's a January lamb.
I said lamb because I assumed, but I didn't know because I didn't have anything on it.
High quality Shropshire ewe, I think, could have stood a lot more competition out here. I love her build and balance and muscle shape. Maybe just a little softer handling than ideal, but I think that's a pretty nice sheep here for this division. Congratulations.
Our champion Shrop ewe lamb goes to Alyssa Stillman. We're now ready for our Southdown ewe lambs. This will be a March Southdown ewe lamb.
Nice Southdown ewe here. It's got plenty of ribbon body to her. I think her front 2/3 of this one's pretty good in terms of just look and style. I think this particular sheep does things that Southdowns do well, and that's get fat, and she's probably just a little chubbier for me than ideal. Like to change that one's rifle muscle, just make it a little bit bigger, but a nice kind of a ewe here to be an individual in this class. Congratulations.
Our champion March Southdown ewe lamb goes to Madeline Crouch. We're now showing our February Southdown ewe lamb.
Very well presented downer ewe here. That's really sleek and attractive up through her front end. Flat shouldered and blends in neat to her rib cage. I like this one's handling quality, especially as you work back over her loin edge. Nice kind of a ewe there. Congratulations.
First place in our February Southdown ewe lamb class goes to Madeline Crouch. We're now showing our Southdown yearling ewes. Sorry, we're actually picking champion Southdown ewe lamb.
Nice pair of ewes. We're going to use the February sheep to win in the March for reserve. Nice set. Congratulations on a nice set of downer ewes.
And our champion Southdown ewe lamb goes to Madeline Crouch. Reserve is also Madeline Crouch. And now we will be showing our Southdown yearling ewes.
Young lady ahead of the lineup there is going to have your class winner and champion yearling, I guess. That one's just build and style is a little bit more on point for me when you study her from the ground up. She's bigger foot and square in her build, and yet I still think that one's rib and body shape and the profile reads just with more balance and just proportionality here. She's not as hard handling as the ewe that's in second, and certainly one that I like from that standpoint, like her quality of touch and tone there over the top side of her skeleton. That one probably just doesn't fit together for me from profile with as much look and extension there through her front end. And that particular ewe could stand to just be a little bit bigger there at the ground. Nice pair of them. Congratulations.
And our champion Southdown yearling ewe goes to Madeline Crouch, reserved to Emily Phillips. We're now showing for our overall champion Southdown ewe. We need our Blackface crossbred ewe lambs to be making their way to the show arena. Blackface crossbred ewe lambs to the show arena.
Here in the champion downer ewe drive. It's pretty easy, I think, in my opinion, to use the ewe lamb to go ahead and be your champion. We'll follow up there with that yearling for reserve. Nice set of them. Ewe lamb's just a bit fresher.
And your champion Southdown ewe goes to Madeline Crouch, and reserve also to Madeline Crouch. We're now ready for our first class of our Blackface crossbred ewe lambs. These lambs are weighing from 84 to 116 pounds. Letty, which one did he go with reserve? The yearling?
just have one. It was the February. It was the champion new lands, and then it was the overall champion Southwest. I think Humphrey's supposed to be in the Krishna. Yep. We need our Blackface crossbred yearling ewes and Blackface crossbred aged ewes making your way to the show arena. We are, we just don't know how long yet.
First crossbred ewes in two different kinds here up on top. I think the one that's probably more my style in terms of look and just pattern and smoothness of build is the young lady's blue sheep here. Is that one just as far along in terms of just rib shape and mass and muscle shape from behind? No, but I think when you study that one's true build and just skeletal quality, that's more on point with where I want to see him. And yet I still think that one handles square in terms of back shape. There's just probably not as much stoutness in her up high as there is in the ewe in second, but I'll sacrifice a little bit of that to get that kind of build and look. We get one here in second, and I think the young man just shows the wheels off of this ewe and does an awesome job of getting her presented. That one's got a huge rib cage in her. I love her back shape, but when you work over the top side of her loin, she probably isn't perfect there in terms of her edges. And that particular sheep, it's more evident when we get her to brace up. She probably doesn't hook up quite as good in her hip loin. I like to see that one smoother fronted and taller shouldered, probably just a touch on the moderate side for my taste. Get one here in 4 that certainly has some handling quality pieces when you get right over top side of her rack. I like that one's squareness. She meets your hand pretty firm and hard there. This particular ewe is better in terms of her front end structure compared to that one that we've got in second. I didn't think that this one from her rear third was good enough for me. She gets a little bit more washed out the top side of her loin. Wants to get off there in her hip and dock. I'd like to open that one up, just give her a shot more power to make her more competitive. Young man's got a good project here working for him. This ewe just runs out of power here amongst this group. Just needs to have a little bit more to her to be more competitive. Nice set of sheep. Congratulations.
Placings for our first class of Blackface crossbred ewe lambs. First place goes to Peyton Humphrey. Second, Braxton Brown. Third, Finley Baker. And fourth, Wyatt Thompson. We're now showing our second class of Blackface crossbred ewe lambs. These lambs weigh from 129 to 142. We need our Blackface crossbred yearling ewes and aged ewes at the show arena. We will be taking a 15-minute break between our ewe show and our market lamb show. We will be taking a 15-minute break. And then they've got the mark the pair thing after that one. Is that the right order? Yeah, none of those go to the grand drive. Okay. So after whiteface crossbred, we'll do grand drive and then red nose. Yeah.
Real nice place to start here in this particular class. I love this one's just foot size and mass and features. She's got really good muscled and good bodied kind of a sheep. I guess we could get her to maybe be a little bit more cooperative and show better for us here. That one probably doesn't run uphill as much as I'd like to see her, but for this class, I think she dominates and does so quite handily. Nice kind of a sheep, going to be a great kind of a ewe down the road. Get one here next, and probably just a little bit smoother in terms of her build. When you study her from the profile, that particular I love just that one's just handling quality, good heighted kind of a ewe there. I didn't think that one quite matched up just in terms of that power and shape of our class winner. She doesn't have the extras that it takes to be competitive and get around that kind of a sheep that we lead off with. Really nice pair of ewes there. Get one here in 3, and this one's just touch and hide is really good. Got a stand-up kind of a rack shape working in her. I guess when you start to break that one down from a build standpoint, her hip and rear leg probably don't posture as good as I'd like to see it. Just gets a little bit more angular there on the backside of her hock. That particular ewe, though, is quite a bit better in terms of her lines and balances compared to the one that we in the class with. A nice kind of a sheep there. And we've gotten 4. Really like just the rib shape and dimension she's got through her center body. But she's not devoid of muscle by any stretch. I think she's got plenty to her coming right at you. That's a good kind of a chest floor. I just didn't think that ewe quite fit together and balanced up from the profile. She comes in a few more pieces than ideal. Nice set of 4 sheep. Congratulations.
Placings in our second class of Blackface crossbred ewe lambs. First place went to Alyssa Stillman. Second, Madeline Crouch. Third, Lauren Brown. And fourth, Trista Stigall. We'll now be showing for champion Blackface crossbred ewe lamb.
Nice set of crossbred ewes. When we get all the first and seconds back out here, there's no question in my mind that heavyweight is certainly one you got to really tie into here in this set. She's complete enough for me, and yet still has some of the extras. I wish she would probably just show and drive a little better, but that's an awfully good one to try to get around. I like that heavyweight there to be your class winner. Or your champion ewe. Congratulations. I guess it probably gets a little bit closer there for reserve. I just think when you study build and look and design, that ewe there out of the first class certainly brings some cool pieces to the table from the profile. I like that one next best, your reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion Blackface crossbred ewe lamb goes to Alyssa Stillman. Reserve goes to Peyton Humphrey. We're now showing our Blackface crossbred yearling ewes. We need our Blackface crossbred aged ewes and our crossbred hair ewe lamb to the show arena.
what a fun pair to study. They're two totally different kinds of sheep. And so if you want to flip the pair and argue one way or the other, I could see it both ways because the sheep that we lead off with, I hate to start off with negative things, but, when we start to break these down, she is just a little bit thicker neck and maybe just not quite as elevated up through her front end as our sheep in second. But you want to talk about one that's extremely good in terms of her shoulder and neck back. That thing's rib cage and kind of muscle shape and hide and just squareness of build are hard to replicate. And I know as a breeder, those things are tough to put together. And I do think that she balances well enough for me here between that pair because the differences in muscle and just true width and shape are that much more exaggerated than what I think the differences in build and look and design are. That one's not perfect up through her front end, I'll admit that, but I do think that one's good enough in that particular area. She doesn't hit me with a huge hole in that regard. Sheep in second, one that I think from the profile is as good as any that we've seen. Just that kind of silhouette and that kind of look and design, I really do like. I love her chest and her flank relationship. She holds her lines together well. She is neater fronted than that sheep in first. And if you want to flip flop the pair for that reason, be my guest. But I think when you get your hands on this sheep and you step right in behind her, that's the biggest gap in quality between that pair because I think this one just gets a notch softer there over the top side of her loin edge. She's not as powerful down through her lower leg. We get right in behind those two sheep walking and moving. She wants to close up at her base too much for me. I think if you like that kind of build and style, which I do too, go ahead and use that one to start. But I think they got to have the right kind of muscle shape to go along with it. I thought our class winner still balanced proportioned right to go ahead and use her to start. That's a real good pair to use there to start the class off with. Don't want to discount the next two because I do think that there's some quality pieces in these sheep. Young man's got a really good handling one when you get right on the top side of her. She is better than the sheep in second. I didn't think that this one probably quite came together at the ground as good as I'd like to see him. Maybe just get a notch up underneath of herself as we ask her to move and gets up in her spine. But I do think that one just offers a little bit more rib and body shape as compared to the one that we're going to close with. Young man's got a ewe lamb here that's just a little bit flatter and neater shoulder than the one right ahead of her. I do think that standing there, her hind leg posture is just a touch better. I didn't think size-wise this one probably fit together. She gets a little lower fronted, and she too, when you ask him to lead, just gets up in her top line, like to drop that one's flank as well. Nice set of sheep, fun top pair to study.
Placings for our Blackface crossbred yearling ewe. First place goes to Clayton Wesner. Second, Madeline Crouch. Third, Hunter Michaels. And fourth, Justice Woods. We're now showing our Blackface crossbred aged ewe. We need our crossbred hair ewe lamb, our whiteface crossbred ewe lambs to the show arena.
Two-year-old ewe here, really square in her build and has a nice back shape to her as far as being wide and square in the way it connects there into her hip loin. I like that about this particular sheep. Good stand just to be a little bit more put together there from the profile, but good kind of individual for an aged ewe. Congratulations.
First place in our Blackface crossbred aged ewe goes to Lauren Beeler. We'll now be showing for our overall champion black-faced ewe.
Well, these crossbred ewes are fun to study here, and obviously the decision is between our class winning ewe lamb or champion ewe lamb and the yearling. Both sheep that definitely bring some unique things to the table. Our ewe lamb extremely big at the ground, and I think when we pull this one out and lead and get her to move, that one probably looks better on the move than she does braced up. I think her hip loin maybe just wants to get a little bit different on that one. But you want to talk about one that certainly has some parts and pieces that fit together out here and are pretty unique, and certainly a breeding piece that I'd like to have at home. And then you get to this yearling, and I'm telling you, if you want to feel one that's just got an incredible handle, I would encourage you, if you can, to get your hands on this sheep, because she is absolutely massive down her top side, really big hip and kind of rear leg shape in that one. You know, we get her out here and probably just not quite as well presented in terms of that clip job on her rear leg. I think if we could change that, we might be able to get a better look at the angle of that one's rear leg. But I won't discount her too much on that, because I think that one's kind of body shape and power and just look and dimension kind of fit together. And that's the pair to me. I think they're pretty close just when you study them from the outside. But boy, when you get your hands on these things, there's a huge gap in quality. I like this yearling to be your champion crossbred. That ewe lamb's going to be reserved.
Our champion Blackface crossbred ewe goes to Clayton Wesner, reserve to Alyssa Stillman. We're now ready for our crossbred hare ewe lamb. We need our whiteface crossbred ewe lambs and whiteface crossbred yearling ewes to be making their way to the show arena.
Crossbred hair influenced kind of sheep here that's got some extension and length of body to her. Obviously, with that hair sheep influence, she's not going to have the kind of muscle shape that we've seen out here, but nice kind of a ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Our champion crossbred hare ewe lamb goes to Harrison Hayes. We're now ready for our whiteface crossbred ewe lambs. If you had a breed champion in the ewe show, you need to be making your way back to the show arena. Champion or reserve in the ewe show, you need to be making your way back to the show arena.
Nice individual here, a speckled ewe lamb that's got a really nice looking body line when you study her from the profile. Good muscle shape in that one. Nice handle in that particular ewe. Probably not quite as good in terms of her shoulder set. Maybe like to change the way she goes off her rear too. But standing there in a good brace, I think she reads with some quality. Nice kind of a sheep. Congratulations.
And our champion white-faced crossbred ewe lamb goes to Hunter Michaels. We're now showing our white-faced crossbred yearling ewes. Again, if you had a breed champion in the ewe show or a reserve, you need to be making your way to the show arena.
Nice class of yearling speckled ewes here, and the young men bring one that just overpowers the one there in second. When you just study ribbon body, get your hands on that one. She's more massive in her top. Probably would stand to probably just be a little tighter heighted there, especially up through her neck. Probably like to change that one at the ground in a couple spots, but a nice kind of ewe there to lead off with. One here that's going to be second. It certainly has some pieces to her that you can admire. I like the fact that she's good in terms of her bottom line. Probably just like to see that sheep just not stouter and bigger footed to compete there with our class winner and champion yearling. Nice pair. Congratulations.
First place in our white-faced crossbred yearling ewes goes to Clayton Westner, second to Anna Hayes. And we'll now be showing for our champion white-faced crossbred ewe. Immediately following this, we will have our grand drive for our ewe show. If you have a champion or reserve breed in the ewe show, please be in the show arena.
Nice set of sheep. I think there's one just that has the right kind of muscle shape and still balances and profile as well. I like the ewe lamb to be your champion. We'll follow up with that yearling for reserve.
Your champion white-faced crossbred ewe goes to Hunter Michaels, reserve to Clayton Westner. We're now ready to show for our grand champion ewe. While we're preparing for our grand drive, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our judge today. Our judge is Corey Edge. He is from Pendleton, Indiana. He went to BHE and Texas Tech. He was on the judging team at both of those schools. His family now owns Edge Club Lambs. Corey was the co-founder of the stock show industry's first podcast, better known as Stock Talk. Let's give a big round of applause for our judge today, Corey Edge. Following our grand drive, we will be showing for our bred and owned breeding ewe, also our ewe lamb pairs, and ewe and her lamb pair. So if you have any of those, be making your way to the show arena. In our champion drive today, representing the Dorpers, we have Kendall Graves with champion and Kendall Graves with reserve. The Dorsets, we have Madeline Crouch. The Hampshires, we have Lauren Brown with champion, Hunter Michaels reserve. Katahdins, champion, we have Rhett Rainey. Natural Color, we have Peyton Humphrey with champion, Alyssa Stillman reserve. Oxford, we have Mallory Wright. Schropp, we have Alyssa Stillman. Southdown, Madeline Crouch, champion, Madeline Crouch reserve. Blackface crossbred, we have Clayton Wesner, champion, Alyssa Stillman, reserve. Whiteface crossbred, we have Hunter Michaels, champion, and Clayton Wesner, reserve. Dorset Advantage, we have Madeline Crouch. And crossbred Hare U, we have Harrison Hayes. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our breed champions. Liz was supposed to get some more over in the office. Did you check and see if she got any?
real high quality youth show, and really good kids on the front end of these sheep. Let's give all these exhibitors a real big hand here. Real competitive show, and class by class and breed by breed. Maybe when we get them all back out here, they don't all exactly match and fit the mold that some others do. But you know what? That's okay, because I think in each breed and each division, you got to play the hand that you're dealt, and mix and match different parts and pieces that you like. And if you disagree, I guess we could probably talk after. But I think it's 2020, and as a famous quote we've all heard probably a million times over, if you follow the stock show industry, just be nice. And I think that one of the things that we could all probably take away from today's show is the fact that Lawrence County decided to have a county fair instead of calling it quits and throwing the towel in early. And for that, I think all the people that put this show on and organize this event need to have a big round of applause, regardless of the restrictions. I think when we get all these back out here, when you're looking at a top 5, I pulled 6 out because I think all 6 of these sheep were kind of in my brain as we pulled them back out. And I guess the longer you study them and just try to see what kind of fits together out here, maybe there's a pair of them that I think pair up, and then after that you could probably do some different things out here for the remainder of the top 5. But I tell you what, I think my champion in reserve, just from a quality standpoint, I really like these 2 sheep, and as a sheep breeder, certainly ones that I think could be fun to have in a pen somewhere to see what kind of mating decisions we could make to get those things producing the next generations of good sheep and quality sheep. Really good set. Fine lineup here. I'll grab you a champion, and then we'll go through the top 5. I'm not going to talk each one here. I just think we talked enough on the mic and their divisions and their classes and where I kind of think they fit together. Really fun set of sheep. Congratulations once again.
Okay. So the Blackface crossbred was great. Yes, reserve Blackface reserve. Reserve Blackface was reserve. Stillman. Okay. Yep. And if that third overall was the Oxford. Yep. Third overall was the Shock, wasn't it? Yeah, the third overall was the one I didn't know. Drew showed it, but I don't know what it was. I thought he showed for 11.
So our grand champion ewe today goes to Clayton Wessner. Reserve to Alyssa Stillman. Third overall, Alyssa Stillman. Fourth, Peyton Humphrey. And fifth, Alyssa Stillman. We are now ready for our bred and owned breeding ewes. We also need our ewe lamb pairs and our ewe and her lamb pair to the show arena.
I circled them good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on them. Okay. Lauren just clapped her hands. Lauren just collapsed. I circled them. I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wow! I just got a text from my daughter. Their fair's been canceled. I've been hearing rumors. Who's watching, and they're not happy with what they're seeing. I don't know if that's why. She doesn't know yet. She just said, I just got a text that said our fair's been canceled. Increase. She's just told me it's due to the increase in the number of cases. See, they're north. They're having a lot more of Oh, that is not allowed. What are they doing? They're taking pictures. They got a whole group of people together with no masks on taking a picture. Thank God the judge isn't in there. Yeah, I was just getting them out. I don't know what we're doing. You don't like an operation, right? I think those blue curtains have been hanging there for about 22 or 23 years. Alma made those. Callie's fair just got canceled. Said Boone County had had a huge spike in cases, and the health department shut them down. Actually, it's not eight. Got a major cramp. They're all EMTs. damn easy to please. Everything on this is 2 birds. Yeah.
Bred and owned division here. Let's give all the 5 of these exhibitors a good hand for being out here. I think one of the most valuable experiences these kids can have is raising their projects, and so my compliments to all of you that took time and have a desire to do this thing from full circle. And I think when we get out here and we study these sheep to pick a champion in reserve, bred and owned, honestly, some might be surprised ringside, but I think there's one that for its breed represents the most quality out here, just in terms of balance and look and design. And I like this Dorper ewe right here to be your champion, bred and owned. Congratulations. I think it gets close there for reserve between a couple. To me, I thought one that certainly put some things together just in terms of body shape and having some build and pattern to her. I like that advantage you there at the front of the line for reserve. Congratulations.
Madam. There was. So we have 2 classes. So I don't know. So I have ewe lamb pairs and then you and her lamb.
Got it. Just one.
Our champion bred and owned breeding ewe goes to Kendall Graves and reserve to Madeline Crouch. We're now showing ewe lamb pairs. No, he said cheese and ketchup. Oh. Go back. I couldn't remember.
Well, in sorting pairs, I'm a big guy on just quality of individual sheep and maybe feature in some weight on how they match up together. But I think overall quality, there's a pair of them that I think just represent more quality. That's the blue sheep. They're going to be your champion pair. The Dorpers are going to be reserve. Although I really like this Dorper ewe lamb we just used to win the bred and owns, I didn't think that her mate there probably held the same standard, and so for that reason, they're going to be second and reserve pair. Congratulations, everybody.
And our champion ewe lamb pair goes to Lauren Beeler, reserve to Kendall Graves. And we're now showing ewe and her lamb. This will be our last class of the ewe show. We will be taking a 15-minute break and then coming back and starting our market lamb show. If she doesn't come back, I'll give you the official reporter copy to do for the market lambs. I'm not going to try to do both.
Well, rarely ever do you see a mother-daughter pair, and so it is kind of unique as a show judge to see this out here. And certainly I think whatever mating decision was made, I thought a pretty good one there. That Advantage U certainly has some pieces that she fixes of her mom, and so you always like to see that. So congratulations, a nice pair of them.
So our champion ewe and her lamb pair goes to Madeline Crouch. We will now be taking a 15-minute break. So we'll be starting back at 12:50. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I was going to. I can wait until Mom gets back.
I just hate to leave my purse sitting there. I hate to drive it all the way there. Oh. Do you want a copy of the next one?
Do you want to have
Or
one?
do you want one for Mark?
Is it just the market show?
Yep.
That's kind of nice. So we still just have the one virtual as far as we know?
Yeah, the very first class is virtual, so I'll
So when
announce
he gets
that.
back, is it already pulled up?
Yep, it's right
So
here.
he can just do that when he gets back too.
Well, say that. Oh, there it is. Yep, it's there.
Say either go to the bathroom or I am.
she all right?
I think so. They've got her in care right now. I guess she says not feeling it regular. She could be hydrated or something.
We said she was just very good.
It got hot. It got hot in a hurry out there.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I said, yeah, I need 2 loaded cheeseburgers. I was like, man, I can remember. So I come back, what do you want? He goes, just cheese and ketchup. Oh, shit, I'll be back here in a minute. Woo! Those are good. Those are good.
All right, are you gonna stand here? I'm gonna go see if there's nobody in. I'll get a peanut butter and jelly or something. No, I know. I don't want to try to eat something like that when I'm sitting up on stage with peanut butter and jelly.
Sandwich? Oh, really? do when I was up there. It looked okay though. Is Lauren okay?
Yeah, she's in the truck with Bob, getting pulled off and getting something to eat.
What you been drinking, Diet Pop?
Yeah, someone brought her a Diet Coke. I don't know who gave her. I'm guessing Bob or Mom. They're the only two that do Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And she hasn't ate today.
At least water.
Well, that's what we was giving her anything water, so.
Yeah, and there's more in the back of the truck out there too.
So, but no, I had no idea.
There she is. Bobby let her out.
So yeah, so they. I need to go tell them what people that was talking to me that there's a different.
And then so we added Harrison Hayes, but I think it was, I wrote it on that line because I think it was 132.
It was in 130s, I know that.
I think it was the same weight, that's why I wrote it there.
What's your phone all out? You got changes? What, did you have changes?
Harrison is in
Third class of
camp.
Baden?
Huh?
Baden.
We'll be starting the show in approximately 5 minutes. If you have Dorset Market lambs, you need to be making your way to the show arena. Our Hampshire Market lambs have been broken into 3 classes. Class 1, weight range 83 to 89. Class 2, weight range 107 to 121. Class 3, weight range 125 to 135.
Hopefully that helps because they said online the hamps are all in one class. Online it's showing the hamps all in one class and it's broken to 3.
Are we doing okay, Loretta? Look, well, just got ice cream. We're doing real good, ain't you?
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Our first class is a virtual, so.
And he didn't do something. First one's virtual. First class is virtual.
Hey, Raymond. Right here. How many we got?
Did you say that announcement to me one more time? We can't Sorry.
So we're getting ready to start. The first class is virtual. They broke the hamps online. I think it's showing the hamps all in one class.
Yeah.
But they're actually broken into 3 classes.
Okay.
So we're gonna look at that and
Yes.
see. I take a picture of it if you want, if that helps.
Thank you.
I have a
I
bad
knew you
memory,
could
so-
say, I knew you were saying something, and then I was like, maybe I didn't do that right. So I thought I'd double check. Thank you.
All right, let me get this big virtual show done.
Yep.
So we're ready to start our Market Lamb show for today. Our first class, Dorper Market Lamb. This is a virtual class. We have one entry, so the judge is currently viewing that. So we'll be ready to start with our Dorset Market Lamb class in just a couple minutes.
Virtual show entry here. Young man showing us a nice looking Dorper Market Lamb, really good bodied and just has some nice grow in this particular sheep. Nice kind of a weather there. Let's congratulate this young man with a nice virtual round of applause.
We're ready for our Dorset Market Lamb class. We have 3 entries in this class. We need our Hampshire Market Lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
Nice set of Dorset weathers here. A young lady brings the stout, powerful one that's got the most muscle shape, especially when you get your hands on him. And yet, I still think he's got some pieces of look from the profile. He's extended, he's elevated up through his front end. Probably just want to give that one a little bit neater front end shoulder shape, but nice kind of sheep nonetheless to go ahead and win this class. We got one here in second that I think certainly profiles good from his chest back to his flank. He's got some shape working on the top of him, especially over his rack. Gets a nickel rounder there in his loin edge, just not as much mass there as our champion there in this class. And then we get to one here at the end. I like this one's uphill look from the profile. He's really fresh when you get your hands on him. I just think this one's a notch too green today. There's not as much sheep there when you get right in behind him, especially there to the base of his leg. Nice set of 3 sheep. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Our champion Dorset Market Lamb goes to Madeline Crouch, reserved to Jackson Baker, and third to Tyler Stigall. We're now ready for our first class of Hampshire market lambs. These lambs are weighing 83 to 89 pounds.
A young lady here leads off the class with a wether that really likes some parts and pieces of this one. He's really good in terms of his handle. He's got a big shape when you get in behind him. A little on the smaller side, a lighter weight kind of a sheep. Certainly has some quality to him. Let's congratulate her. That's a nice looking wether. We get in here, the blue sheep that's next, and this one has some extra length of body and extension and runs uphill. I like that about that ewe. She's just entirely too green today and doesn't have the right kind of muscle shape yet for her kind of size and weight range. I would like to see that one just a little bit more massive. But I do like her extra extension and just the way that she profiles from her chest to flank better than the sheep that we've got in third. Sheep in third probably does have just a notch more on him in terms of condition, and I do appreciate that about this particular wether. He does have a little bit more foot size at the ground there. I just didn't think this sheep had quite the quality when you study him in just terms of his look up through his front end. He too could stand to just have quite a bit more power to him, especially when you step right in behind the sheep. Nice set of three. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
Placings for your first class of Hampshire market lambs. First place goes to Emily Brown, second to Addison Phillips, and third to Avery Adams. We're now showing our second class of Hampshire market lambs, weight ranging from 107 to 121.
It is nice as a judge when things really just kind of fit together here, and I think the one we lead off with is real good. And you talk about just muscle shape and look and balance and build here in this class. That one fits the mold for me. Top side of her loin probably could just blend in just a touch better for me. But other than that, I think that sheep's got some cool pieces to work with here in this class. Young man's weather equally deserving of his spot in the lineup. I think from the outside, this sheep balances up in proportions well. Get your hands on him. He's not as wild muscled as that ewe lamb we start with, especially over his loin edge. But I think that there's some nice pieces to that weather there to stand in second. Really good touching one here third. This ewe lamb, her rack shape really jumps up off of her. I just thought maybe at the surface that one didn't read as big ground. That one's loin edge probably just needs to be picked up a touch more for me, but that's a really good handling kind of a sheep that just needs to be more opened up. Get one here that certainly has some look to him, and I think this weather is real good at the ground just in terms of feet and legs. Nice rack shape working in him. He just kind of closes up there at the top side of his loin. Didn't think that he probably had the right set of just base width underneath of him to go ahead and slide him up as well. Get one here that to close out the class, got some grow in him, some length of body. This particular sheep, I just think as far as show sheep are concerned, doesn't probably fit the mold for me, but good growing kind of weather. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Placings for Class 2 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place goes to Drew Pennick. Second, Nash Brown. Third, Jackson Baker. Fourth, Taylor Helbert. And fifth, Trace Walters. We're now ready to show Class 3 Hampshire Market Lambs. We need your Katahdin Market Lambs and your Natural Color Market Lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
Boy, these three are fun to study, and if we can go three deep in a class to pick a top five, I'd imagine if you hauled one of these here today, probably expected to do pretty well, because I think these three sheep up here at the top end of this lineup do some pretty neat things. For me, the one that I kept going back to is the young man's, and you know, if you want to beat him and say his hind leg isn't good enough on the go, he just gets it under him a little too much. I guess you could justify that. But when you talk about just where they need to be in terms of body shape and look from the side here in 2020, that one fits the mold, I think, for where I'd like to see him. Just really, really cool looking from the profile. Get your hands on him. He's square in terms of his back shape. Is he the stoutest one? No, that one's in second. But you know, when you combine just the look and the design of the sheep in third, and yet still have enough muscle to compete with the sheep in second, you win a class here under me, and I think that's a really high quality kind of a sheep there to go ahead and lead off with. Young lady's sheep that's in second. Man, if that thing isn't just the boldest bodied one we've seen today, I'd be surprised. That thing, when you get your hands on him, is extremely good. Great heighted kind of a sheep. I like his rear leg posture when we get him braced up here. To me, though, I think when you just study him from the profile, that one just maybe doesn't read quite as progressive in his look up through his front end as compared to our class winner there. Maybe just a little bit more conventional, I guess, in his lower bottom line. It does balance in proportion. I just don't think he takes that to the next level. That's a really, really good muscled kind of a sheep there, though, that I still think is plenty balanced from the profile to land in that second hole. Sheep in third, when he first hit the ring, I liked this guy, and I didn't know if we were going to find one to beat him, and then two more walked in, and you know, it just gets that much more challenging. I think when you can evaluate a top three that are this high quality, I think this particular sheep just kind of ranks third in just about everything amongst those other sheep that are right above him. I didn't think the base of his shoulders is as attractive as our class winner. I didn't think his muscle shape was just as out there as the sheep in second. And so if somebody wants to maybe call that one more complete and go ahead and run him to the top, I guess you could. To me, I call that one just a little bit more practical, I guess, in comparison to the two ahead of him. I think that's a high quality sheep there to land in third and very, very competitive here in this class. Get to some sheep there that run into just three of them that I think are real nice. Sheep that's next certainly has a little bit more to him as compared to the one that's going to round out our class, just when you study his top side width and muscle shape. That one's just a little bit more moderate in his kind. Didn't think that his pastern length was quite ideal structurally. I'd like to change him up on his rear too. Young lady we closed with has the big high performing one just in terms of frame size and scale. I think that one's got enough shape from a side view profile when you study his lower leg, but when you get your hands on top of this guy, he sorts to towards the end of this class, just like to open that one up too in his rib cage. Nice set of sheep, real fun top trio to evaluate.
Placings for our Class 3 Hampshire Market Lambs. First place, Nash Brown. Second, Peyton Humphrey. Third, Hunter Miles. And fourth, Baden Terrell. And fifth, Harrison Hayes. We'll now be showing for our champion Hampshire Market Lamb. We need your Katahdin Market Lamb and Natural Color Market Lambs to the show arena.
these Hampshires are good. I guess to me, there's two of them that have more my style, and just in terms of look and the way they're presented. Between the pair of them, I think it gets pretty close, and you could probably flip them and go either way. When you get out here and study them, I'm talking about the middleweight and the heavyweight there. I just think two really good-looking sheep from the profile. When you get your hands on them, they got plenty of muscle shape to them. And then I guess when they're propped up, which one do you like the best? I think there's one probably just ties things together, just a nickel smoother for me from the side, and then yet I think when you study with this one at the surface, it's got big legs. Everything matches as far as proportions go. And then for reserve, we talked that particular sheep in class just not probably being quite as smooth there in a hip-loin junction, and maybe just getting a notch shorter there in terms of hip, but really good pair of them. It's been an awesome Hampshire Sheep Show. I can't wait to get to the rest of it. Young man's heavyweight will be your champion. That middleweight will be reserve.
Your champion Hampshire Market Lamb goes to Nash Brown, reserve to Drew Pinnock. We're now showing for our Katahdin Market Lamb. We need our natural color Market Lamb and our Oxford Market Lambs to the show arena.
Really high quality Katahdin weather. I love the way this one profiles. He handles good. For his breed, I think he's competitive, and certainly, young man, I'd consider going to the state fair maybe here in the next year or two. With the quality of that kind of sheep, I think you get along pretty well. Congratulations.
Our champion Katahdin Market Lamb goes to Rhett Rainey. We're now showing our natural color Market Lambs. We need our Oxford Market Lambs and our Shropshire Market Lambs to the show arena.
only one class here in the naturals, and I think a nice one to go ahead and start with. Muscle shape and just balance is there in this particular sheep. Is he just as tall fronted and maybe clean shouldered as I'd like to see one? Probably not, and he does get a little bit quicker moving out here when we ask him to circle, but I think this sheep represents the most quality out here by some margin. A really nice place there to start. Young man's got a great handling weather here in second. That just as far as touch and cutability goes, I like a lot of things about that particular sheep. Runs when we get him braced up. Problem is when we ask him to go, he wants to carry that top up in and probably just not quite being a show sheep today. And then when you study him compared to that one that we start with, just not as much mass. Now the high grow, high performing sheep rounds out the class, and there's certainly some merit to that. In my opinion, I didn't think that one quite had the show ring look that I'm after, and he too probably could stand to touch with just a little bit more hydration there over the top side of his loin. Nice set of sheep. Congratulations.
Placings for our natural color market lamb. Champion goes to Taylor Helbert, reserve to Braxton Brown, and third to Lauren Beeler. We're now showing our Oxford market lambs. We need our Shrops and our Southdown market lambs to the show arena.
Here in the Oxfords here, nice set of sheep, and I guess the one that to me that just has the best silhouette and still comes with some touch and real muscle shape is a young man's weather here. He's probably not as good in terms of lower leg build is our sheep in second, but I do think just trimness of handle, good touch, and one that really runs uphill leans into the favor of the young man's weather here. He's probably not just as opened up in terms of base width compared to the young lady's sheep, who I think does have a nice looking top line to him. He's collected when we ask him to move. I didn't think that particular sheep handled quite as good. His front end gets a little plainer, and I'd like to tuck up his chest. That particular sheep shown in a little heavier fleece. It is kind of harder to get a read on just how hard that one can really touch, but he did feel a little softer to me regardless. We get one here to finish out the class, just a little greener sheep that just needs more time to grow and get on feed. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Placings for our Oxford market lamb. Champion goes to Jackson Baker, reserve to Mallory Wright, and third to Caitlin Woods. We're now showing our first class of Shrop market lambs. There's somebody out there that shouldn't be out there. Drew's in a separate class.
I think a real good one to lead off with, and I don't think that the county fairs this one's in point, nor it should be. I think this one's got kind of next level build from the profile, big-footed, nice shape in this one. Could probably stand to be a little bit harder touching over the top of his loin, but I won't discredit him too much on that one because I think that sheep's kind of build reads elite here in this set. We get one here in second that certainly is a muscle sheep, and there's no question that one's kind of top shape and power is what it takes to be competitive. I didn't think from the profile he blended quite as smoothly, and I'd probably like to see that one just a little bit more tucked up in his bottom line. He's probably just a notch deeper through his center body than I'd like to see, but a nice kind of sheep there nonetheless to land in two. One in third, again, another really good handling one, and you can notice from the outside that thing's got a ditch down his back, and I like that muscle shape and that kind of a sheep there. That particular weather, though, although he's really shapely, didn't think he was this massive. When we get right in behind him, sheep probably just gets a little bit off in his hip-loin juncture as well. One we close with, again, another quality individual that's got some length to him, like his foot size there at the surface, has some flexibility off both ends when we ask him to move out here. But again, same song, second verse. When it just comes to total mass, I thought that one just didn't match up with our first two, but a really high quality of sheep there in that group. Congratulations all four of those exhibitors.
Placings for your first class of Schropp Market lambs. First place goes to Nate Brown. Second, Clayton Wesner. Third, Grace Schreiner. And fourth, Taylor Helbert. We're now showing our second class of Schropp Market lambs. We need our Southdown Market lambs and Suffolk Market lambs to be making their way to the show arena.
High quality sheep to be out here by himself. It'll be interesting to see where he fits in the champion drive of this particular breed. Runs uphill, hard muscled, good kind of a sheep there to be an individual.
First place in Class 2 Schropp Market lambs goes to Drew Pinnick. We'll now be showing for our champion Schropp Market lamb.
Not too many times I think you go to a county fair and find a particular breed that's this competitive that I think could be competitive at a bigger stage. And I do think both our class winners are really good sheep out here in this set. I think the difference between good and great between them is when we ask them to go, which one stays more collected and just sounder moving. And there's no doubt that that's the lightweight sheep there out of the first class. He'll be your champion. We'll follow up with that heavyweight there for reserve.
Your champion Schropp Market lamb goes to Nate Brown and reserve to Drew Pinnick. We're now ready to show our Southdown market lambs. We need all of our Suffolk market lambs and Whiteface crossbred market lambs to the show arena.
Uncooperative whether to win the downers, but I think an individual here in this group that's just the most genuine and honest in his width and muscle shape. We get him propped up here, and he does have an uphill look to him. That kind of lower butt shape here in this group just reads to me like much stouter and more like a market lamb here in this set. Wish we could get him to get out and move, but I won't discredit him too much for that just because there is so much more genuine sheep there. There's a bunch of sheep here in the one in second, just in terms of frame size and scale. I think he balances up well. Doesn't read much like a market lamb when you compare him to that class winner from behind. He tapers the most there in his dock, and it just gets flatter there to the base of his leg. This sheep, when you get right on top of him for his weight, just reads a notch too narrow for me. But I do think there's a lot more sheep there than the one that we closed with, and he does have more touch and handling quality. Sheep that we have here next, certainly one that runs uphill. A young lady does a nice job of getting this weather shown. I just didn't think that there's just enough sheep there to compete here in this class. He reads as the lightweight, light muscled one. Nice group of three, Southdown Weathers. Congratulations.
Placings for our Southdown Market Lamb. Champion goes to Tyler Stigall, reserve to Madeline Crouch, and third to Emily Phillips. We're now showing Class 1 of our Suffolk Market Lambs, ranging in weight from 109 to 124.
close pair of them up top. I think both sheep need fixing a spot or two in terms of structure, I guess. Here in the Suffolk's, the one that handles just a little bit fresher and with more shape on down his top side is the young man's we lead off with here. In this particular sheep, I'd like to change his rear leg posture and structure there, but when you really get to analyzing this one from a muscle shape perspective, he's much better. And I think that sheep too just reads maybe a little bit more streamlined in terms of look from the profile. We get a young man's weather out here and a big-footed one for sure that has some extra height, the shoulder and length of body there to him. But again, I didn't think that from a muscle standpoint, that one quite had the same kind of topside power. He's a little rounder there in his muscle shape up high, just gets a little bit more washed out there in his rack. But sheep that I think needs to be quite a bit stouter there in his rack there, and a sheep that from behind, I think he's got plenty of width, just not the shape that our class winner had. Get into two sheep down here and one that's in three, just a little bit better in terms of topside shape when you get on him, much better handling, I guess, when you work back over there through his loin. Two sheep that are a little bit more traditional in terms of their Suffolk feature that I didn't think probably quite had the show ring look that I'm after. Nice set of sheep. Congratulations.
Placings for our Class 1 Suffolk Market Lambs. First place, Chandler Hayes. Second, Nolan Stevens. Third, Lily Pridemore. And fourth, Mally Dots. We're now showing our second class of Suffolk Market Lambs. Range in weight from 148 to 151. We need all of our whiteface market lambs and blackface market lambs to the show arena.
High quality Suffolk sheep to lead off with here, and one that certainly you really got to study from the profile and like the way that he balances up. I like this height to shoulder, good touching, hard muscled one, big at the ground, nice kind of sheep. We get here 1 and 2, and I guess the sheep in second. If we could just drop his flank, probably makes that decision even faster, because I do think handling quality lends in his favor. When you get right on top of there, he's crisper and firmer to the touch, especially over the top side of his loin. Now again, we got to fix the base of that one's shoulder and drop his flank to allow him to balance up. That's why he stands in second. Get one here in three. That's certainly this ewe lamb has that extra body to her that one in second doesn't. But you get right in behind that one and right on top of her. Just not as much true genuine shape and muscle mass there. One probably a little too on the moderate side. Runs downhill a little too much for me. Nice set of three Suffolks.
Placing for our second class of Suffolk Market Lambs. First place, Drew Pinnock. Second, Hunter Michaels. And third, Will Tolbert. We'll now be showing for our champion Suffolk Market Lamb. We need all of our whiteface and blackface crossbred market lambs to the show arena.
Nice set of Suffolks out here. No doubt in my mind which one needs to win this, and he does so in a hurry. That heavyweight's a pretty good one here in this group. Congratulations, that'll be your champion. For reserve, it gets a little bit tighter, I guess, for me. The one that just kind of fits the bill in terms of balance and designs, the lightweight, that one will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion Suffolk Market Lamb goes to Drew Pennick and reserve to Chandler Hayes. We're now ready for our Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb.
Really high quality individual in a white-faced cross. Could certainly handle a lot more competition out here. For that one's breed, I like that one a pretty good deal. That one runs uphill, got a nice muscle shape to him. Get out and travels, plenty good enough here for me. Nice kind of sheep to go ahead and win this division. Really high quality one.
Your champion Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb goes to Drew Pennick. We now have 4 classes of Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. Our first class, single entry weighing 68 pounds. We need Cadence Thomas to the show arena. Cadence Thomas with your Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb.
lightweight weather here in the crossbreeds to lead us off. Not much to say here, just needs a little bit more time on feed, like his base width. Congratulations, let's give that young lady a good hand.
First place in our Class 1 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs goes to Cadence Thomas. We're now ready for Class 2 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs, ranging in weight from 96 to 113.
Interesting set to put together here. I guess when it's all said and done, the young man's got the best handling one that still has an uphill look from the profile and just sets down on the biggest foot. I guess those three things sorted him up for me. Now, he does need to be more opened up and stouter in general, but I think in this class he's got enough to him. Young ladies' weather here that's going to be next is just a little bit better in terms of his center body shape and maybe just a notch better in terms of his rear rib and flank. I didn't think that particular sheep, though, up through his front end quite looked as good. He gets a little bit lower in the set to his shoulder and neck, and that particular sheep as well could stand to be a notch square in terms of his dock placement. We get one here to round out the class. Again, probably just a little greener today, needs some more time on feed. Going to be a nice a fat lamb, probably in a show ring setting, doesn't quite have the right kind of mold and look. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Placings in our Class 2 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. First place to Justice Woods, second Sophia Osman, and third Avery Adams. We're now ready for Class 3 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs, ranging in weight from 121 to 136. If you have a breed champion or a reserve breed champion, you need to be making your way to the show arena.
two different kinds of sheep here up at the top pair of this class. I guess the one that's just the most genuine in terms of rib design and offers just a scotch more power right up high is the young man's ewe lamb here to lead off with, and she does have a decent look from the profile from her shoulder back. I'd probably like to see that one just a little bit more elevated up front, shorten up that blade and tuck her chest up. But that's a good kind of back shape in this one. Sound enough in terms of movement for me to go ahead and win this particular class. I just think overall there's more mass and dimension in that particular sheep. Young lady's got a really expressively muscled wether here in second that certainly does have that uphill look as compared to our class winner. When you get right in behind these sheep, I thought that one just gets a notch flatter there through his forerib, and though he's expressive from behind, I just probably like to see that one just a notch better in terms of his pin set. Get here in the next sheep on down the line, I think offer plenty of good to him. Young lady's got a hard touching one here in third. That probably just doesn't quite blend as smoothly from the profile as the two ahead of him. And then we work into the young man's ewe lamb here. That maybe just gets a little bit too run downhill for me, but she's certainly got the right kind of rib and body it takes to be competitive. Just like to give that one just a little bit more elevation up front. We closed with a wether here that does correct that particular ewe in that regard. He is taller fronted, he is more extended. I didn't think that sheep probably just had enough to him as far as muscle and dimension goes to go ahead and compete here in this class, but he does handle with a nice firm touch. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in that particular class.
Placings for Class 3, Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb. First place, Braxton Brown. Second, Haley Byers. Third, Lauren Brown. Fourth, Camden Hutton. And fifth, Molly Osman. We're now showing Class 4, Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs, ranging in weight from 140 to 149. If you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, you need to be making your way to the show arena.
Nice pair of them up top, but two sheep that are totally different. I guess when you get right in on these things, the weather that we use to win is just more cracked open in terms of his forerib and center cage there. He's not probably as expressively muscled as the sheep in second, but there's a lot of mass and dimension to that one right up high. From the profile, I think he probably just ties things together a little bit smoother up front, even though I'd like to see him more extended there through his neck. But I just like this one's just kind of style there, just a notch better than our second place sheep. I really do love the rack shape on this one here that's next, and he is expressive in his muscle shape. I like his hind leg posture. I just thought that one was a nickel shorter hipped, maybe not quite as good at the base of his shoulder there, and a sheep probably that just could stand to go with a little bit more flexibility to his hock when we get him out here. He gets just a little bit tighter on the go, but a really good muscled kind of a sheep there to land second that certainly has some quality pieces to him. Young lady finishes with one that certainly you like the feedability in that particular sheep. He's got a good touch over the top side of his loin. Just from a balance and build perspective, fell short here in this particular class. Nice group of three sheep. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Placings for Class 4, Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb. First place, Drew Pinnick. Second, Hunter Miles. And third, Trista Stigall. We'll now be showing for our champion Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb.
Get all the crossbreds back out here, and I think we do have some different parts and pieces out here in this particular drive. I guess there's two of them, though, that for me I think fit together in class. They come back out here, and I think a pretty easy decision to have those sheep is champion and reserve. I like both those sheep there out of the last class. Congratulations.
Your champion Blackface Crossbred Market Lamb goes to Drew Pinnick and reserve to Hunter Michaels. We're now ready for our Grand Drive Market Lamb. In our grand drive today, representing the Dorpers, we have our virtual entry, Michael Pearson. Dorset's champion, Madeline Crouch. Reserve, Jackson Baker. Hampshire champion, Nash Brown. Reserve, Drew Pinnick. Katahdin champion, Rhett Rainey. Natural color champion, Taylor Helbert. Reserve, Braxton Brown. Oxford champion, Jackson Baker. Reserve, Mallory Wright. Schropp champion, Nate Brown. Reserve, Drew Pinnick. Southdown champion, Tyler Stigall. Reserve, Madeline Crouch. Suffolk champion, Drew Pinnick. Reserve, Chandler Hayes. Whiteface Crossbred champion, Drew Pinnick. Blackface Crossbred champion, Drew Pinnick. Reserve, Hunter Michaels. Let's give all of our participants in the Grand Drive a big hand. Following the grand drive, we will be showing our bred and owned market lambs. If you have bred and owned market lambs, you need to be making your way to the show arena.
Awesome, awesome set of kids, awesome set of sheep to evaluate. Let's give all of our market lamb weathers here a good round of applause. It sure is fun, and I know we got county born and raised here to do, but first just want to kind of take a little bit of time and just say thanks again and reiterate some comments I made during the ULAM drive. The fact that we're standing here in this barn today means a whole heck of a lot to me, and I know to a lot of other people out here. My compliments to the Lawrence County 4-H extension educators and everybody that worked their butts off to make sure that you guys could have a county fair, and for that, again, let's please put our hands together for the crew that decided to put this thing on. Man, 2020 is a weird year, and it's awesome to be able to just step into a ring. And I've had the opportunity several times here this summer and spring. There's been some canceled shows, and I think as we look forward to next year, let's hope that we can get rid of face masks and fist bumps and start shaking hands again, and not have to worry about these things covering our faces, although probably hides my ugly face a little bit better than most. But I think a really, really good set of kids. You guys should be commended for the hard work you've put in all year to this point. Good luck to each and every one of these. Continue on. If you're standing out here in this ring in the Grand Drive, make sure that you thank the breeders, the family members, and the people that helped get you here, because you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. I know that there's a lot of mentors I could thank for getting me to the position where I'm at. I'll do a little shameless plug. If you want to learn more about Stock Talk Podcast, go give us a like on Facebook, whatever it is. I'll get off the mic here. I think this top 5 is going to be real good, real fun to put together. I think a couple of these sheep are going to be competitive later on here this summer. Really, really high quality set of sheep again. Congratulations to everybody.
I'm winging it, guys.
And your grand champion market lamb goes to Nash Brown with his Hamp. Reserve goes to Nate Brown with his Schropp. Third overall goes to Drew Pinnick with Blackface Crossbred. Fourth overall to Hunter Michaels with the Reserve Blackface Crossbred. And fifth to Drew Pinnick with the Reserve Hamp. We will now be showing our bred and owned market lambs.
Really nice group of county born and bred wethers. Some different breeds represented out here, and you got to maybe take a little bit of that into account. Once again, I just want to thank everybody for having me out. It's been a great show to work through, great staff and great kids. Lawrence County, certainly infamous for having good livestock, and there's no question that there's been that represented here today. I'll go ahead and select your champion in Reserve County born and bred. Just wanted to hop on the mic one more time. Said thanks for having me out. I think it's a really high quality set of sheep.
Our champion bred and owned market lamb goes to Haley Byers. Our reserve goes to Madeline Crouch. And that concludes our 2020 Lawrence County 4-H Sheep Show. We thank everyone for coming out. See you next year.